everybody, could everybody find their seats, please? I'd like to get started. With a quorum present, we will commence the continuance of town meeting. Thank you, everybody, and welcome back. We've got a lot of business to do tonight, so I wanted to get started on time. We're getting pretty close to full. We're ready in the gymnasium if need be. And I'd like to go over a few pieces of business that I went over most of last night. This lectern right up in front of me here is going to be for presentations only. We're going to have an empty seat right next to the lectern for the presenter. And it's also going to be where questions are answered from town officials. And when you do get up and speak to one of the back microphones, if you're not a presenter, I'd like to ask you to say your name and address for the record. If you have an amendment, I need it in writing. And it takes 9 signatures to request a written ballot vote. You all received ballots when you came in the front door. Please keep an eye on them. Please don't lose them. They went out to everybody that walked in the door, so we can't replace them. On a 2/3 or 4/5 vote, which I believe we only have a 2/3 tonight, if I see a unanimous show of hands, I won't need to send out the tellers, but if I see a hand go up, then we'll need to send out the tellers. I think we learned last night that takes about 15 or 20 minutes. And time limits. I'm going to do my best not to have a clock on comments tonight, but my rule is going to be a loose rule is going to be 2 minutes. You can say a lot in 2 minutes, and I hope that you use your time well, and I hope you do your best to keep your comments within 2 minutes. If I see a lot of people lined up at the microphones and a lot of people saying what others have said, I'm going to start using a real clock. And kindly consider the words of my predecessor. It appears that everything has been said, but not everybody has had the opportunity to say it. I wish I had Gary's picture. Marblehead Fire Department asks us to not have anybody standing, and if you're standing, we're not going to be able to count your votes. So if you're standing up in the back, I hope you please pull down and find an empty seat. We have a lot of seats open in the middle. If you can tighten up your rows a little bit, that would be very helpful. And I have been asked by our state representative to say a few words, so I'd like to have Jenny Armini say a few words tonight.
Good evening, everyone. I am Jenny Armini, and it is my honor to serve as your state representative in the Massachusetts House of Representatives. It's wonderful to see everyone here this evening, and congratulations especially to those who submitted citizen articles. Having just gone through the House budget process, my own amendments, I feel a deep, deep respect for what you're trying to do. So it's fantastic. I wanted to come this evening with something a little special for our new moderator. The Speaker of the House very kindly has allowed me to present Jack with a citation. And it says, "Be it hereby known to all that the Massachusetts House of Representatives offers its sincerest congratulations to Jack Attridge in recognition of your first Marblehead Town Meeting as town moderator. The entire membership extends its very best wishes and expresses the hope for future good fortune and continued success in all endeavors."
It's my fault for not reviewing your materials. That's about enough of that. I meant to, I've had a request to mention that if somebody is going to be calling a question, I'd like you to stand and call for that and state your name and address for the record, please. And with that, we will start with Article 31, Supplemental Appropriation and Expenses of Several Departments. It has been moved to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds $2,472,056 to supplement the town's general government operating budget beginning in FY 2024, contingent upon the passage of a Proposition 2.5 so-called ballot question. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser, our town administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's great to be back for episode 2 of the show. So what I'm going to present is, it should be a slide. Oh, we're working on it. Article 31, I guess the so-called override. Let me start off by talking about structural deficit. There's been a lot of conversation over the last many months, I guess maybe more than months, last few years, of structural deficit. Can we back up one slide? Okay. All right. Well, anyways, I'll press on. It's on there. All right. So structural deficit, and we've had, I know, numerous conversations in different meetings and such. The basic issue that's been discussed, that our revenues under Prop 2.5 do not grow to keep up with the increasing costs of providing municipal services. That's been repeated over and over. So under Prop 2.5, we are allowed as a municipality to increase the tax levy, the total taxes that are collected, to add 2.5% from the prior year, plus any new growth, that's any new construction that's been done that is added to the tax rolls. So that's allowed over and above. That's the amount of property taxes that we're allowed. So it comes to, my calculation for last year, it came to like 2.98% increase on those revenues. And that's the majority, 3/4 of the revenues of the town. Our goods and services, and I know everyone here is feeling it, the rate of inflation, the cost of goods, the shortage of supplies, pushing up prices. We are dealing with the same issues as everyone else. That's what's been going on for a number of years for Marblehead, for basically every city and town in Massachusetts and beyond. And that's what we're trying to address. But I want to focus on one particular area that we've talked about, and that's the free cash. In addition to the challenges that Marblehead has, like every other community, is the fact that free cash has been a significant part of the revenue source, and as I said last night, the best practice under the Department of Revenue, we should not be using free cash to sustain our year-to-year operations. But Marblehead has. The chart behind me shows the percentage of certified free cash as a percentage of the operating budget. And the challenge that we're faced, that you're seeing, is that graph is declining. And so the last one, so we were in, Marblehead was in double digits as a percentage of generating free cash as a percentage of overall budget. We are now in the single digits. And it's going to continue down. As I also said last night, we're posting local receipts as local receipts and not underestimating and having show up free cash. So you're going to see those changes. So when we talk about structural deficit, we have sort of what everybody's facing. Revenues growing at a slower rate than what the cost of providing services, but in particular for Marblehead, is the heavy reliance on free cash, which is declining quickly. And the concern is, And again, the ideal is we are maintaining or generating at least free cash at 5% of operating budget and not using it. If we go below that, if this trend line continues and we don't start building up the free cash reserve and other reserves and such, very quickly, that's what the bond rating companies are going to look at, and that's when they're going to hit us with a decrease in our bond rating. And given with all the projects, the capital projects, as it was mentioned last night, town meeting authorized a debt exclusion passed of total of $24 million. We've gone out and borrowed half that. At some point, as we process the first half of the projects, we'll go out and borrow the second half. We don't want our bond rating to drop, especially in this interest rate market, because our costs will go up significantly to do the things that you have asked the town to do as far as all the capital improvements. So the point I want to stress is the free cash is in decline. It is a challenge. I'll present some of the cuts on the town side. And as I've said, the cuts that we've made are minimal impacts on the services for this year. If we don't have an override and we have to build the budget for next year, it'll be, on the town side, far more than vacant positions that we'll have to hit. So what we want to do is address the financial challenge. The earlier you address a financial challenge, the less costly it is. That's why we want to address it this year, stabilize the operating revenues to the cost, and then with the new team in place, finance team, with the information systems that we're putting in, then we are in a much better position to put together a very articulate financial strategy for the longer term. We look forward to presenting more of that information this time next year of a strategy, so that we don't have to be talking about overrides year after year, but rather have a coherent strategy that you've all hopefully accepted to do. So that's the focus on structural deficit. Next, very briefly on the process that we went through to define what the structural deficit was in order to generate a number for the proposed override. And again, on the town side, and I know schools will speak a little bit on their process, working with the department heads to present a level services budget, those numbers for maintaining the services that we have, and to be very strict about that, and the department heads delivered on that. What we then had to do is go back, and if you remember or saw the February 1st State of the Town presentation, we had projected what our total revenues would be. That was our bottom line. So what we had to do on the budget side, on the expenditure side, is to make cuts so that our bottom line matched the revenues that were available. When we went through line item by line item by line item, and we made cuts and adjustments to it, we tracked all those numbers. And at the end of the process, what totaled at the bottom was what we are presenting as the override number in order to restore. So you voted to approve Article 30 last night, so we have a budget. It's the reduced budget. The override, if the proposed override passes through here and on the ballot, the numbers I'll present will be restored to bring the budgets back to what we defined as level services budget. So hopefully I made it clear, it's clear enough, and welcome any questions to that. Next slide.
Excuse me, could you wait and then step up to the microphone if you have questions during comment section?
So on the town side, this is a list of where the cuts are. So, and we're just listed in alphabetical order of the departments. 71,000 and change building inspection. And probably, this is to cover contracted services for the department. As you may or may not know, that department plays a dual role. Not only does it manage inspections, building inspections and permitting and all that, it also manages our facilities and maintenance. And so this would give us the ability to hire contracted services to supplement. That department's getting crushed, they need help, so if it passes, we can bring the help to make sure that we keep up on all the work that needs to be done. Council on Aging, result of a reduction in hours and in some basic office expenses. So the salaries are a reduction in one of the positions and the number of hours, and trimming some office supply line items. Finance Department, it's a reduction in for computer equipment, basically rolling it back to level funding for computers and equipment replacement. Fire Department, so they had 3 vacant firefighter positions. So what we've done is cut the funding for the 3 vacant positions. So what would happen is with the current budget, the fire chief would not be able to replace those positions. If the override passes, he would be able to go out and advertise and fill the firefighter positions. And again, part of, in the public safety world, there's a lead time to go through the hiring process and all the training processes to put firefighters on the trucks. General fund, that's the items that have the benefits, streetlight, a whole bunch of sort of general government costs. They're not specific to any one department, they're townwide. The majority of the reduction is from the benefit savings based on the elimination of positions. So the biggest piece of that is the health insurance. So with the current budget, with reductions and I may have said it yesterday. So on the health insurance and the benefit costs, in the town budget, it also covers the benefit costs for the school side. So given the reduction in positions, there's a offset of reductions on the cost of the benefits, as well as $250,000 of that number is the stabilization fund. As mentioned last night, the last several years, $250,000 has been allocated to the stabilization fund. What we're doing is in the reduced budget, we are not putting $250,000 into the stabilization fund. If the override passes, we will put $250,000 into the stabilization fund, which would bring it up to $750,000 in total. Health and waste, basically a reduction for maintenance of equipment, $19,000. The library, maintenance, reduction, repairs and maintenance for computers and such, $7,500. Parking clerk, rolling back to level cost information technology. It's basically our parking ticket processing service that we have for processing parking tickets. Not everyone will disagree with that, I think. Police department, again, 2 vacant positions, not filling those positions. There are cuts on the salary side, but also on the expense side, because for each position, there's salary, there's training, but there's equipment that goes along for each position. So that accounts for the $196,000 in cuts on police. Public Works, not filling a heavy equipment operator, and reducing hot top. This is the line item that it's about a $10,000 cut on the pothole filling account for the hot top. So if you don't pass the override, we might have a few more potholes. And if that doesn't convince people, I don't know what will. The next item, schools, I'll let the schools address that after. Select board, basically a reduction in sick bonus and travel, trimming that down. And then town council, basically rolling that back to level funding, trying to just keep up with the cost of services and time. So those are the totals for the town side for the particular cuts that we made. And again, if the override passes here and it passes at the ballot, what we would do is restore those accounts by those amounts. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Sarah Fox for the school portion.
Thank you, Thatcher. Sarah Fox, Chair of the School Committee.
Sarah Fox, 46 Beach Street. What you see here on the screen behind me really outlines what the cuts will be. If 31 passes, these thankfully would be reinstated. I'm not going to read them all to you. I'm happy to speak to or answer any questions on them. But what I will say is all of these cuts will have a profound negative impact on the delivery of educational services to our Marblehead students. I'm sure a few jump out right away. We'd have a whole school, the one you're sitting in right now, without a librarian. We'd lose 2 science teachers. You can go through the list. All of these impact students. And again, happy to answer any questions. And I have Dr. Bucky as well.
Thank you, Sarah. One final point for background. I'm sure a question on a lot of people's minds is how much will this cost? And so let me give you the simple math that you can each do your own calculation. It basically comes to 31 cents per thousand of your assessed value. So if you know the assessed value of your property, it's 31 cents per thousand, so the easy math. So looking at the median home, what's the median of all the homes in Marblehead? That's if we listed every property and sorted in order of assessed value. The median is the property right in the middle. As compared to an average, the average can be thrown off if you've got some really big homes that'll drive the average. You want the median. So the median is a little over $800,000. Sorry. If you do the simple math that I do is just 8 times 31. Rather than doing 800,000 times 0.0031. But the easy math, 8 times 31 comes to $248. Now, we bill quarterly, so it would be an increase of $62 a quarter. So $248 would be the annual cost increase. $62 would be the quarterly payment increase for that median house. So if you were a $600,000 home, that'd be 6 times 31. It would be $186 for, yes, if your home was assessed value. So that's the math. 31 cents per 100,000, or 31 cents per thousand is the math to calculate what your projected cost would be. So with that, I turn it back to the moderator.
Thank you, Thatcher. Alec Goolsby, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Alec Goolsby to Bradley's End, Chair of the Finance Committee. I'm going to quickly summarize my message on the Article 30 balanced budget approved last night. It's a bit repetitive, but I believe it is helpful context as we discuss Article 31 tonight. Back in December, Town Administrator Keyser requested level service budgets from all departments, which generally represented level funded budgets approved in fiscal year 23, adjusted for all contractual obligations. After consolidating all level service requests and comparing them with forecasted revenues for fiscal year 24, an overall structural deficit of approximately $2.5 million was revealed. In order to prepare a balanced budget, Town Administrator Keyser worked closely with individual department heads to identify cost savings to eliminate the $2.5 million deficit. The override request presented as part of Article 31 represents the dollar value of position and expense cuts that were needed for the Article 30 reduced services budget approved last night to balance. If the Article 31 override passes, it will bring all department budgets impacted by cuts back to level services. In other words, no cuts. As I reported last night, the Article 30 reduced services budget represents a 2.62% increase over the fiscal year 23 budget. If you remove enterprise funds, which are funded by their own fees collected rather than property taxes, and also debt service, which was previously approved as part of prior debt exclusion overrides, the Article 30 reduced services budget approved last night represents an increase over the fiscal year 23 budget of only 1.6%. Using the same data comparison just mentioned for Article 30, if you remove the enterprise funds and debt service from the budget, the fiscal year 24 level services budget, which would include the passing of the Article 31 override request, represents an increase over the fiscal year 23 budget of 4.4%. My hope is this provides some context as to how our contractual obligation increases, which are necessary to provide level services, are growing at a rate, 4.4%, that is higher than our revenues are capped at under Proposition 2.5, 3 to 3.5%. The annual tax increase this override will have on the fiscal year 23 medium value home of $807,000 is approximately $252 per year. Our Finance Committee voted 9-0 in favor of the Article 31 override request. Simply put, the Article 31 override request is necessary to maintain the same town and school services that residents currently receive and represents a step in the right direction to address our structural deficit. Thank you.
I guess there's no questions here. Cindy?
No questions here.
Hi. Can I go? Jack Buba,
Hold on.
5 Palmer
Hold on.
Road.
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me? Sure. Jack Buba, 5 Palmer Road. We keep hearing about the contractual obligations and structural deficits. And so the question I have is, you know from how much 2.5 brings in every year. And so a structural deficit is when you spend more than you expect 2.5 to bring in. Just like if I buy a car I can't afford, I have a structural deficit. So I'd like to understand that how is it when you go into negotiations and you give raises, which you then say are contractually obligated, as if you had no control over that, and then you say, well, they're contractually obligated, so we have to give it to the people, when you're the ones who actually agreed to the contractual obligations that you knew would overspend the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm just going to remind everybody, and that was well done, Mr. Buba, to keep everything around within 2 minutes. Over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, I have a question for the town administrator.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Keyser.
So to respond, one, so the contractual obligations that were negotiated last year are set at 2% increases. So one of the factors that needs to be considered as an employer providing services is maintaining a workforce. And so the challenge is we're competing with other municipalities in order to maintain a workforce. So we, and I'm speaking generally for municipalities, yeah, so Marblehead, so one point I would make is 2% is very reasonable increases over time. It seems to me, and again, I've been here less than a year, the way that Marblehead is balanced, to your question, is by utilizing the free cash to make up the difference. Correct.
We're not going to have conversation like this, please.
So the point, so it goes back to the point as stressed before, is what we're trying to do is adjust the revenue side to meet the ongoing obligations and not rely on the one-time money going forward. Go ahead.
I'd just like to add on to give you all, through the moderator,
Thank you.
additional information. We are also required as a municipality to follow state laws as far as of the state prevailing wages. We don't just get to pick the lowest cost there is and say, yep, we're going to hire you. We have to use prevailing wage rates, which are extremely high. It's very costly for cities and towns to do certain projects, to do certain things. We have contractual costs, we have inflation, we have, just like everybody's seen, supply chain issues. By keeping it at 2%, we are being conservative, we are listening to the Prop 2.5, but we can't control those other outstanding costs, such as benefits that are rising at 5%. There are just some things that are out of our control.
Thank you. That was our finance director, Alicia Benjamin. Over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, I have a question for the town administrator, Jimmy Full, Cheever Avenue, taxpayer. Under DLA guidelines, is this a general override or a one, or, so it is a general override?
Yeah, so let me,
So, yeah, just yes or no is all I need, please.
yes.
My next question is, can you tell us what it's going to cost the taxpayer 5 years from now, and where is the money going to go?
So, yes, good question. So first, difference between general override and debt exclusions that Marblehead has done a number of. A general override increases the tax levy by the amount of the override, and that becomes the new levy starting point for the following year onward. Whatever the levy is, that will itself grow at 2.5. So what happens is the amount of the override, about $2.5 million, that in itself the following year will increase by 2.5%, as will the whole base. So it's ongoing. And again, the general override is trying to match your revenue, yearly revenue source to match your yearly operational cost. A debt exclusion typically is to pay for the debt of a specific project that has a start date, end date. When the project's done, the debt, the tax go back down. So that's the difference. So you do capital projects with debt exclusions. You support your annual operations year to year with general override. As far as 5 years from now, I don't have the math on me, but it's a simple math. As I described, it would increase the levy by 2.5. That levy would grow by 2.5 going forward.
Mr. Keiser, last year the school committee tried a failed override, general override. They provided pie charts with forecasts of what the taxes were going to become. Last year's override was a similar number. It started out as, I think it was $3 million, if I remember correctly, and at maturity in like 30 years, it was over $10 million a year the school department was going to generate off an override. So the town wants to propose this year, without even putting it in the town warrant, that this is a general override. Personally, I find that deceitful. It's a general override. In 10 years, your tax burden is going to go from about $250-ish, we don't have a number on, to probably about $800 a year. In about 10 years, I'm supposed to be looking at retirement. The tax increase you want to levy on the taxpayers in this town right now is going to double my mortgage. Where is the money going to go? Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like an answer, though.
So I would say if you did projection calculations on any inflationary number and you run it out a number of years, it gets larger. That's the challenge for local government, challenge for all of you. Again, what we're trying to do is match our revenues to match the operational needs. The alternative is to cut back on the services that are being provided. Those are the options. Either fund the services you expect or start really reducing the level of services. That's the choice.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Good evening, all. Cheryl Patton, 25 Lee Street. I just have a few questions about the things that we can control. First, I'm going to address for me an elephant in the room, which is the $39 million that was left in Grand National Bank, on which we lost hundreds of thousands of dollars of interest. And that has not been addressed as money that this town literally lost that we could apply to this.
I would say that that's not part of this article tonight.
Oh, it's part of this article because you're asking for money for me.
Excuse me. It's not part of this article tonight, and we need to keep to the scope of the article. It's simple business. It's how we operate for every article and every motion.
Okay, and the same with the $6 million in COVID funds that we don't know where that's going?
I let that one go
okay.
last
All right,
night
that's fine.
so that people could understand the process with that. But you're right, that one is also not in this article.
Questions that I have had, that I'm trying to understand why I'm being asked for a permanent override when, from my perspective, unfortunately, the town has not been managed fiscally very responsibly the past number of years.
Thank
and
you.
I'm trying to find out where our money is.
Okay, thank you.
We agree to do an override. I would ask an equal agreement, though, that these positions not be filled, since we've managed to get by this year without these positions. And let's see how it works. We've tried it this way for a number of years. Let's see how it works going forward. I totally endorse educating children. Someone paid to educate mine. But I really do ask for fiscal responsibility and accountability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, as far as the open positions, I just want to make a point of clarification. By open, it means there's not a full-time employee because we were not able to secure someone. It does not mean we're not paying a consultant or a long-term sub or someone else to do this work. Much of this work, for instance, a service that is in an IEP is legally mandated to be delivered. So if we don't have a full-time employee because we don't have people answering our ad, we're still providing that service through a consultant, through compensatory services, by paying additional after school. So this work is being done, but it's not being done by a full-time employee. The reason why those positions were chosen is because the way the structure of the municipal government works, any employee that we lay off to get to these cuts, we have to pay the unemployment. So for every employee we lay off, we really have to lay off like 1.3, 1.35 to then pay to lay them off, if you will. So to lay off positions that we don't have someone in and we're paying a consultant to do instead saves the town money. That's how we started with those positions, but it's not that this work isn't being done and that we're not paying someone to do it currently, or it most certainly does not mean that students aren't needing that through various ed plans or just general education. It simply means we do not have we've been unable to secure that because of the situation of, the workplace right now.
Thank you. We're going to go to this microphone over here, please.
Hi, so I'm Louise Bullis, 34 Franklin Street, and I wanted to say that I support this override. But I don't want to depend solely on overrides and property tax increases to fund our operations going forward. In order to keep our town running smoothly, we need to get creative about finding funds from many sources. So I'm excited that last night we approved a budget that includes a sustainability coordinator whose job it will be to bring in additional funding. So this override is part of a several-pronged strategy that's been developed by the select board and the town administrator to deal with the structural deficit, and the budget we approved last night plus the override we're discussing now are part of their holistic plan. So as a product of the Marblehead Public Schools, I support this override.
Thank you very much. This microphone here, please.
Yes, Jonathan Letterman, Ida Road. Question for you through the moderator. I heard the town administrator talk about next year's need for a general override, a permanent override. Can you just tell us, after this year's permanent override, do you anticipate next year having to come back for another general override?
Mr. Keiser.
Yes, thank you. I don't know yet, because we're, coming in here into Marblehead and getting immersed into the challenge that we have, the financial challenges, was one, to get a good handle on what the situation is and why, putting in place really good people in the finance area. We have a new finance director, a new treasurer. We have other outstanding people already here, putting a good team together. One of the areas that's been a real struggle is the information systems. They're outdated. They don't provide the information to a level that's easy enough for me or the department heads. That's been, I think, one of the problems. And so what we've been trying to address is deal with this first year challenge and help get some stability on the revenue to the expenses. But with the team in place, with the information systems in place, and we're populating the data, that gives us the ability to really sit down and look at the finances going forward and how best to proceed. I'm hopeful. The desire would be not to have to, but I can't answer that at this stage because we're trying to just stabilize fiscal 24 and giving us a little bit of runway to start really analyzing and making some structural changes to the way we do things to meet that challenge. And like the previous speaker, there are other things that we're looking to do to alleviate. We're not going to just rely on overrides to deal with the challenge. There are ways we operate. There are focus areas like new growth. Most communities that are financially healthy, they actively manage new growth development within the contents and the character of the community, but you need to generate new growth. We need more of that. There are other things that we're looking to put together, but frankly, we just need a runway of time to get this budget settled and then give us the ability of time to build out a more precise plan, and that's what we're trying to do.
Really quick. I heard from the finance director, he said that Prop 2.5 allows automatic increases of around 3% or so, 3.5%, automatically on our tax rate without a referendum. If this passes, what percentage beyond that 3% does this represent percentage-wise? I know we talk about median, mean. What percent is this Prop 2.5 Article 31 going to represent as a tax increase compared to the Prop 2.5 itself base override?
Yeah, I haven't done the math on it, but I think, again, what I described, Prop 2.5 allows you 2.5 increase, and then when you calculate in the amount of new growth that we've had, that's where I came up with the 2.98 was the number I came up last year. And that's about 300,000 in new growth. So I don't know the math of the total percentage with this increase on it, but I'll say this again. What we hope to do going forward is stabilizing the revenues and the expenditures, building up the free cash and the stabilization fund. What that allows is, going forward, putting the town in a position where it does not need to increase the full 2.5 increase, right? That you have some good years, some really good local aid, we do some other programs, we get into the position where we don't need to leverage the entire allowed increase. So again, municipalities that get stabilized, have a good financial balance sheet, they have that ability. to do that, and that's what I'm hoping for Marblehead.
And the amount per thousand was how much?
Say again?
The amount per thousand of tax increase was how much?
31 cents
So 3%. Oh, 31 cents per thousand?
per thousand. That's what the tax bill.
310 per hundred? 310.
Yeah, right.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to this microphone, please.
Mark Pelletier, 76 Clifton Ave. Many of you probably read my Facebook post over the weekend regarding schools and declining enrollment over the last 9 out of 10 years. That's kind of irrelevant. You probably already made your decision before you came to this meeting. It's clear that the crowd is very well educated on both sides of it. So with that being said, I'd prefer not to sit here and listen to another hour of discussion, so I'd like to call a vote.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Letterman. The vote has been called. Can I have a second for calling the vote? Those in favor, raise your hands. Those opposed? I'm dealing with the motion at hand first, Mr. Letterman. I need that count again, please. All those in favor to call the question, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Gymnasium?
I have an overwhelming majority.
In favor?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, in favor. That was important, wasn't it?
Thank you, Cindy. So the question has been called. Give me 1 minute, please. Okay, so I need to verify 9 people, and I'll do 9 people that I can read their names on here. And I'd like to ask you to stand up when I get there. Jonathan Letterman, we know, is here. Tammy Bayer, could you stand up? Oh, thank you. I'm up on, thank you. I know Paul O'Shaughnessy's here. Deirdre Blake. I know Deirdre's here. 1, 2, 3. Brian Rocco. Thank you. Gene Eldridge. Bill Blake. Mike Crestall. I have 2 more. I know Jack Booba's here. Melissa Bouchard. Thank you. Tellers. Could I have the tellers come forward, please? I'm sorry, there's been a request for a written ballot. So I'm going to have the tellers. I verified the people who have requested that written ballot, which is 9, and we're going to have the tellers come up, and so this is the process. We're going to have tellers. You all have your ballots that you received coming in. The tellers are going to be collecting those ballots in ballot boxes that they hand down each aisle, and you're going to put your ballot in, and then when the tellers are done, we're going to bring everything up here and count the ballots. We have tellers over in the gymnasium as well, and I would like to not only thank the League of Women Voter Tellers, but ask them to begin their process, please.
Jack?
Yep.
Jack,
Cindy?
is there a particular color people should be using?
Let's go with yellow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack? Jack?
Thank you. Hold on. 1 minute, please. Sir? We're voting on Article 31.
Jack, will you...
Hold on, Cindy.
Yes. Will you reread the motion?
The call the question vote needed a two-thirds number.
Simple majority.
No, that's not what the town bylaws regarding town meeting.
Two-thirds. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. It's two-thirds.
That's correct, and I don't believe that there was necessarily confirmation of any two-thirds vote on the calling of the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I called two-thirds vote on that question. I asked for the vote twice.
And you didn't count anybody.
Yeah. I was sure to make a visual count of that question, sir. And we're going to move forward with the written ballots. You're going to vote yes on your ballot or no on your ballot, and the ballot boxes are going to be distributed now. Thank you.
Jack.
Yellow cards. Cindy, go ahead.
Will you please reread the motion?
The motion, it has been moved and seconded to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds $2,472,056. Please, to supplement the town's general government operating budget beginning FY24, contingent upon the passage of Proposition 2.5 so-called ballot question. I've said...
There should be yellow. They handed out yellow. Everyone got a yellow ballot. I know they all...
Okay, folks, I'm going to say it one more time. We're going to use the yellow ballots. We're going to use the yellow ballots, and if you're in favor of Article 31, you're going to write yes on your ballot. And if you're opposed to Article 31, you're going to write no on your ballot. Somebody got 2 pink ballots.
They must have grabbed the wrong one because I watched them back them up.
No, but somebody down here got 2 pinks.
I gave them all, I don't know if I just asked.
I mean, if somebody goes up with 2 pink ballots,
They say no. Someone dropped them too, so I know that. I also had someone the first 5 minutes told me they lost their car and they wanted more. I don't know what to do at that point. I watched them all packed up. Then someone said they got blue. I'm like, there's no way the blue didn't come out. I was up there. Because we had thousands of yellows. I don't know.
yes, can you, could you just ask Greg? The microphone is still people. We're ready to do it.
They're going to bring the ballot boxes from the gym over here.
Yes,
And I have the tally sheet right here.
Great.
That I'll hand out.
thank you. Is that full already?
She didn't need it.
Folks, while the ballots are being counted, once all the boxes are into the tables, we've got the tables right out front so that everybody can see, doing my best. We are going to be able to move on to the next article. So as soon as we have the ballot boxes up here, we'll keep moving. Thank you.
You're not going to be able to see. We're going to need the light turned up. You're not going to be able to see that. I know how dark it is.
Greg, is there a chance we could get the lights turned up on the stage? Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe not those lights.
Yeah, maybe not. 5 and 5 after that. We have the overflow bottle. We just don't have all of these yet. So we can move on?
Yes. According to town council. Right?
So it's fine, it's one from the other. Can you hand these out? No, it's up in the box with Jen.
Okay, folks. We're going to keep moving along. And for Article 32, we have a motion's just been presented to me to table Article 32 until the results of Article 31 are finalized. Move, do I have a second? Those in favor? Those opposed? Mr. Buba?
The articles in numerical order. I don't think you can override that with this vote right now.
I'm told by town council that it's not a motion to take it out of order, it's a motion to table it. And that's what I'm going to go with. The vote on this is all in favor? Those opposed? Gymnasium?
Unanimous in the gym.
And pretty much unanimous here. It's a vote and the motion carries to table Article 32. Article 33. Can we turn the red light off, please, Greg? Thank you. Okay. Article 33, it has been moved pursuant to General Laws 32, Section 103J, to approve the acceptance by the Marblehead Retirement Board of an increase of $2,000 in the maximum base amount, which would increase such base amount from $12,000 to a base amount of $14,000 as of July 1st, 2023, and which, once accepted, may not be revoked. And this has been sponsored by the Marblehead Retirement Board, and we get to have Chairman Robert Peck tell us a little bit more about that.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Robert Peck, 22 Tidewinds Terrace, Chairman of the Marblehead Retirement Board. Last night, and generally on the first night of every town meeting, either I or another member of the Retirement Board comes to town meeting to let you know when we're going to have an annual public hearing on the extent to which we might approve a cost of living increase up to 3% of the base set by statute. And I did that yesterday and announced in June we'll be doing that. I want to let people know what this article, what you're going to be voting on, so that you won't have any questions, hopefully. By statute, municipal retirement boards can authorize a cost of living increase up to 3% a year on whatever is established to be the base number. In Massachusetts, in Marblehead rather, since 1998, our base number has been $12,000. Prior to that, it was $6,000. We are only one of 6 municipalities
left in Massachusetts that still use a $12,000 base. Our average pension for Marbleheaders is a little over $29,000 a year. When we authorize a cost of living, it's only on the base. Contrasted with Social Security, if you're a recipient of Social Security and there is an annual cost of living increase, it's on your entire Social Security benefit. But under Massachusetts law, it's on the base. Right now, 3% on $12,000 is $360 a year or $30 a month. That's it, no matter what inflation may be or otherwise. We, as a retirement board, decided this year unanimously that the time had come to increase that base. Now, under Massachusetts law, we could go as high as $18,000. We're not doing that. We're going to $14,000, subject to town meeting approving this article. That represents a $60 a year increase for our retirees. The total cost, if this is approved this year, would be $17,000. It has nothing to do with the budget under Article 30 or Article 31, because with the $17,000, not every retiree even is at $12,000. So if you were doing the math and just thinking it was 325 is the number of retirees we have, but some are less than even the $12,000 number. So it's a small number in terms of this year, and there are sufficient funds in employee contributions and retained funds that we have in our own retirement account. So it doesn't affect the budget that we've been debating last night and again tonight. Every 2 years, the Retirement Board does an actuarial study to determine our funding schedule, because municipalities are supposed to be fully funded at this point in time by 2040. Right now, on the funding schedule that the Retirement Board is operating under, we would be fully funded in 2036. So this will have, because it does compound over time, and the cost of living is factored into the actuarial study. So this will have some implications in the future, but because we have some wiggle room between 2036 and 2040 to make any adjustments, in terms of the funding schedule that we currently operate under, it shouldn't have any significant impact going forward. And again, for educational purposes, Marblehead, pursuant to the last results that were produced statewide, we are about 71% fully funded, which is far ahead. We are strongly in the above the majority of municipalities across the state. 14,000, the number that we have chosen, is pretty much the comparable number that other communities around here are at the present time. The largest percentage of municipalities in Massachusetts right now is 27% at 14,000, and we felt that that was an appropriate benchmark to bring to town meeting, recognizing that, again, we haven't made a change in 25 years, and we feel that the time has come to make what is really a very modest increase in the pensions that our valued employees who become our valued retirees should receive. And therefore, we are asking town meeting tonight to approve Article 33. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. And thank you, everybody, for helping me get through this process here. It's not something we deal with every day and or every year, and I appreciate your help and your patience. I always know I have a backstop and about 750 people behind me, so I won't miss anything, I promise. As many as favor Article 33, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Cindy?
Overwhelmingly in favor in the gym.
It's a vote and the motion carries. Thank you, Bob. Article 34, Administrative Benefit Amendment. It has been moved to amend Chapter 43 of the bylaws to provide the administrative employees, included the elected town clerk of the town, with updated benefits and to appropriate or transfer from available funds $18,625 to make such benefits effective or to take. It has been moved, and do I have a second? Mr. Keyser, Town Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, this addresses the benefits for non-union employees. Benefits for union employees are part of the collective bargaining agreements to be negotiated. So this is for non-union. One of the challenges we have, like any public sector, private sector employer, is workforce. And so looking at the benefit structure and such to make sure we can attract and retain good employees. Looking at a lot of the non-union benefits have been put in place many, many years ago without sort of adjustments. So we looked at it, ultimately came to the decision this year is not the year to make any big changes. There are other pressing matters financially. However, given coming out of the COVID experience, looking at the fact that there exists an annual sick time incentive pay that basically encourages employees, if you don't call out sick and you show up to work every day, you get a extra bonus of $500 at the end of the year. And looking at that, decided with the COVID experience, maybe we shouldn't be encouraging people to come to work sick. So we had to do something about that. And so one of the approaches is to address at least one of the benefits with the employees, the longevity benefit, to increase that from the current number. So the boxes behind me, the top box is the current benefits. So example, 5 years of service, you get $300 longevity bonus, 10 years, $400, and so on, up to $800. And then if you meet the requirements for the sick time, you show up to work with 103 fever anyways, we pay you extra money to show up. Changing that by eliminating the sick time bonus and just rolling the 500 into the longevity, and then adjusting the longevity a little bit more so that it's comparable to what the collective bargaining groups are getting. The cost to do this is $18,625, and we factor that into the numbers as we've calculated the bottom line to the budgets. So again, this proposal is, if passed, would eliminate the sick time bonus for non-union, roll that into longevity and increase longevity slightly, as shown there, to be comparable with the union benefit on this.
Thank you. As many as favor Article 34, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Gymnasium.
Overwhelmingly in favor.
It's a vote and the motion carries. If Dan Albert is in here, could I ask Dan to come down to the stage for a minute, please? Article 35, amend general bylaws, physical examinations. It has been moved to amend Chapter 106 of the general bylaws as printed in the Finance Committee report. Mr. Keyser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article would change the current requirement is that any new hire for any and all positions, seasonal, full-time, are currently required to get a physical as a condition of employment with the town. Given that everybody has to have health care and those sort of things, we have to pay for each physical appointment. There's line items in the budget to pay for that. What we want to do is eliminate the requirement for all employees and to only require a specified list, which is, can you go to the next slide? Specified list of employees. Whoops. That's not, oh, is it? Okay, I couldn't see. The formatting's different. Anyways, so what we want to do is change it from all employees to a defined list of categories of employees, basically those that have jobs that are physical in nature, police, fire, obvious, public works, and other such categories, and eliminate the requirement for administrative and other type functions that are not really physically, heavy physical requirements. It's a cost-saving move. It's not going to balance the budget for us, but it's just looking at all these items and picking away big dollars, small dollars, to really manage. The last bullet allows that either the Human Resources Director, should we have one, or the town administrator, that if there is a position that's not currently in the list, but it makes sense to put them on the list, that the town administrator or HR director would have the authority to add someone, add a category to the list for the requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Article 35, as many as favor Article 35, please raise your hands. Oh, I'm sorry. The lights are way up. I can't see that well. Yes, in the middle microphone, please.
Hello, is it working? Oh, thank you. Linda Leroy, 6 Maple Circle. My question is, how many, well, it's a couple things within my question. How many employees are presently required to get a yearly exam, and what does that yearly exam cost per person?
What's the cost? 90? Yeah, the cost is about $90 an exam, but it's not annual. It's at the time of hire. So when we hire a new employee, that's when they're required to get the exam.
Okay. So how many people who are presently being asked to get an examination would then be eliminated from this list? Again, a rough idea, how much money would we be saving? Because I don't know how everybody else feels, but I think it's important when we hire someone to do something for the town of Marblehead. Whether or not they have a really physical job is not the issue. We want to hire healthy people who can fulfill their job capabilities, what's being asked of them. I think that's important.
Yes, and so in any job posting for all positions also would identify what the requirements are for the position. So there is part of that process. But again, it's a small item, but it's just making it a little more cost effective and focus on those positions that, again, like I said, are more physical in nature. In Massachusetts, we're all required to have health insurance and all of that. So folks are getting physical exams on their own. This would just eliminate the requirement. I don't have a head count based on who's on the categories on the list and those that are not.
So this past year, how many people that had to get an exam would not have had to get an exam?
Yeah.
You need to stand up and be recognized.
What are we doing?
Sir? Are you standing up to be recognized to call the question, sir? Thank you. We have a motion to call the question, which takes precedence.
Excuse me.
And we have a second.
Can you get this?
Excuse
me, sir.
Again, these are the rules.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator. I was at the microphone and you did not see me. And you called the question.
I think you presented your your...
No, he hasn't answered my question yet. I'm not finished.
Thatcher?
So I think the question was how many people, probably about 10 to 15 hires over the course of the last year.
So we're saving like
More?
9.
Who's tracking these numbers? Thank you. See, if I had an HR director already on board, I'd have those numbers.
That was a good answer. So I guess I'm just concerned. It seems again to me that you're asking people that have a capacity or a need to be more physical. You're expecting more from them than you are the administrative people that might be coming to work. And if we're saving 900, no, I was at the mic.
It can't interrupt a speaker, sir.
So schools over 100. And come on.
Jamie Block, 137 Washington Street. Every single Recreation and Parks employee needs that. That's every summer staff, coach, counselor, you name it. So we hire about 60 to 70 seasonal employees that work 8 to 10 weeks. They all require to go get a physical.
Okay, so again, I apologize for my possible ignorance, but once we hire them, don't we become responsible for them? And so I would think that in the interest of liabilities, we want to make sure we're hiring people that are healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. The question's been moved. Do I have a second? Those in favor? Those opposed? Cindy?
Overwhelmingly in favor in the gym.
Okay. The question's been moved. As many as favor Article 35, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Gymnasium?
Overwhelmingly in favor.
It's a vote and the motion carries. Boy, you guys are putting me through the ringers here. It's my first time. Okay, Article 36, amend general bylaws to allow the use of electronic counting devices. It's been moved to see if the town will vote to amend Chapter 174 of the general bylaws, Chapter 174-10, by adding a new Section C, which is printed in your Finance Committee report. Thatcher Keyser, Town Administrator. Do I have a second? Thatcher.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this article would allow, in addition to the current methods for voting at town meeting, to use electric counting devices. And if you look at the small picture in the top right corner, what it would allow is, in cases like having the recent ballot question, that attendees would have the devices, and it would be the moderator's option to use or not use. All votes or specific votes to use the electronic counting. There's software and applications that are part of the system that would allow a vote to be taken place, and you can push the yes button, no button, or in the case up there, the abstain button, and it would instantly tabulate the results and get through the process of voting very quickly and efficiently. So this is... This is something being employed in more and more towns across Massachusetts and other places. And so by approving this, you are allowing it to be an additional option of a method of voting at town meeting, which would be at the discretion of the town moderator.
Thank you, Thatcher. I'll leave it at that. As many as favor Article 36.
Hello. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I've got stage lights on. I think we can turn the stage lights down, please, a little bit, Greg. Yes.
Mr. Moderator, a quick question. How many of these are we intending to buy, and how much do they cost? And what would the procedure be if we use those and they weren't working properly? We all see how good our AV equipment is. Do we then have the ability to go back to counting? I want to know what the procedure will be in this and how that changes how we're going to vote here.
Yeah, thank you. As far as the cost, we looked at some examples from other communities. The one example I had shared, it was a smaller town, it was about $9,000 to use the devices for town meeting. I'm going to guess, depending on the number of units you need, it's probably 9 to 15,000 is a good guess. If this is authorized, what would happen is in preparation for town meeting, there's options of purchasing the equipment or renting the equipment, and then there are the companies who support the functions of that. As far as reliability, I mean, all indications are that's part of their these companies' quality control is important to them to be able to maintain the business. If something was to go wrong electronically, you revert back to the traditional methods that are already in place. And again, that's all controlled by the moderator in the meeting.
So you're saying 9 to 15,000. Is that to rent it, to buy it, and how many people can come to? What happens if you get more people at town meeting than you have machines for the evening?
I'm going to bring a little bit of a point of order here. This is just to change the bylaw to allow it. This is not asking town meeting to purchase it.
So there's no funding involved.
So this is simply a bylaw change.
So it's procedural. It's procedural. Is that what you're saying? You're just asking it to become part of the procedure.
Your questions about the details are not in scope of the motion.
So the motion is just to introduce it as a procedure.
It's just to alter our bylaws are very prescriptive as to how we can vote, and electronic voting devices are not in our bylaws right now. This inserts that into our bylaws.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your patience.
We have a question over here, please.
David Clark, 5 Harborview. I would just like to suggest that if these devices are used once a year, you're going to have batteries in them, you're going to have a maintenance issue, and it just seems like a total waste of money if it's only going to be used once a year.
Thank you. Again, we're talking about a bylaw change here, folks. We're not talking about purchasing the devices.
Albert Jordan, 64 Roosevelt Ave. We have no money now. We don't need to look into anything else. Let's try to clear up the problems that we have now.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Yeah, Bill Walsh, Rogalski, 5 Spray Ave. My question is, isn't it part of an open democracy to see how other people in the town are voting?
Thank you. And right here, please.
I don't know. Oh, this is working. Kristen Pratt, 48 Pleasant Street. I'd like to move to vote.
Thank you. I think we're done with speakers anyways. Am I okay? Do you withdraw your motion? Okay. Here we go. As many as favor Article 36, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Cindy?
I think I might need a count. I'm sorry.
Okay. If you could do your count and get back to us, please.
Bear with me.
Just confirming you're doing a count.
Yes, we're doing our count.
Thank you. So this is how I remembered Cindy today. Yes. So I'm going to do that next.
And then I have to talk, so I'm going to jump down because I'm up next.
That's all right. Yep. how many she has over there? Bear with us, folks.
Okay, Jack, thank you. I had 38 in favor, 22 opposed.
And based upon my count here, Article 36 is approved. Okay, Article 31. I get to count, we just had a ballot count on Article 31, which passed 534 to 230. You guys thought you had me there for a minute, didn't you? Feels pretty good. Okay, moving along. Article 37, accept. Article 32, which was tabled until the results of Article 31, which were finalized, which they just were. Article 32, it has been moved, the Article 32 supplemental appropriation and expenses for the schools. It has been moved that this article be indefinitely postponed. As many as favor indefinitely postponing, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Cindy?
Unanimously in favor?
Thank you very much. It's a vote and the motion carries. Thank you, Lisa. Now we're back on track. Article 37, accept General Law 41, Section 110A, Saturday closure, legal holiday, town clerk's office. It has been moved to accept General Law 41, Section 110A to authorize the clerk's office to remain closed on all Saturdays and to treat Saturdays as legal holidays for the purpose of calculating the time frame for filing matters in that office. Do I have a second? We have a second. Robin Michaud.
Hey, Robin Michaud, Town Clerk, 44 Lee Street. This is only for filing purposes, and there are no additional benefits for the town clerk staff. With the recent passage of the Vote Act, voter registration deadlines have been changed from 20 days to 10 days prior to an election. As a result, the last day to register to vote for a Tuesday election falls on a Saturday. By accepting this Mass General Law, we have the option to have the last day to register to vote be the business day before. The Mass General Law also applies to submitting nomination papers and petitions. If the date to submit a nomination paper or petition falls on a Saturday, they would have until Monday, or the next business day, I should say. By accepting the Mass General Law, it only applies to town elections, not state and federal elections. There are so many options for registering to vote. You can register online, in person, by mail, and all transactions done at the Registry of Motor Vehicles automatically register you to vote. By accepting this Mass General Law, it gives us the option to be closed. We can opt to open if we choose. If we don't accept this, we won't have that option. Over 100 communities in Massachusetts have already accepted this Mass General Law, and more are planning to accept it this year. Please support this article. Thank you.
And I should have introduced Robin as our town clerk. We have a speaker over here, please.
Nancy Davidge, 65 Green Street. I just want to be clarification. So this still will allow Saturday voting. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you. As many as favor Article 37, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Cindy?
Unanimously in favor?
Article 37 has been approved. Article 38, it has been moved to amend Town Bylaw, Chapter 174, Paragraph 1 is printed in the Finance Committee report. Do I have a second? Thank you. Robin Michaud, Town Clerk.
Robin Michaud, Town Clerk, 44 Lee Street. We now have a new federal holiday, Juneteenth. It didn't exist when we chose the state for the election. Currently, the election falls on the day of, the day before, or the day after the election. This requires setup on the holiday, paying the town employees double time and a half to open buildings and set up for the elections. Programs are still taking place over the weekend, so we can't set up prior to the holiday. If the election falls on the holiday, the select board will need to change the election date. I propose moving the election 1 week earlier. By doing this, we will avoid the holiday altogether. Everything will move 1 week earlier. Nomination papers will due 1 week before town meeting, not 5 p.m. on the first day of town meeting. Moving the election 1 week earlier will still satisfy the requirement for the select board to vote to place questions on the ballot. The vote must take place at least 35 days prior to the election. I don't recommend moving the election a week later. School will be out for the summer and families will be on vacation. Please support this article. Thank you.
Okay, as many as favor Article 38, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Cindy?
Unanimously in favor.
As is here, it's a vote and the motion carries. Article 39, this is a big one, folks, and this is also a 2/3 vote. Article 39, zoning amendment, accessory dwelling units, as printed in your Finance Committee report. Robert Schaffner, Chair of the Planning Board. I'm sorry, do I have a second? Mr. Schaffner.
I'm Bob Schaffner, and I live at 20 Casino Road, and I'm the current chair of the Planning Board. Hello? Now? Okay. I'm Bob Schaffner, 20 Casino Road, and I'm the current chair of the Planning Board. Article 39 is being sponsored by the Planning Board, and it is written as it is read as written in the in your Finance Committee report, and it is to basically allow the bylaws to be adjusted, the zoning bylaws to be adjusted to allow for accessory dwelling units. And the article reads exactly as it is in your report. So first, what is an ADU? An ADU is a second small dwelling on the same property as a single-family residence. They can be located either within an existing home, they can be attached to that existing home, or they can be new construction detached. All of these with the provision that they fit within the regulations, the dimensional regulations in the zoning bylaws. All of ADUs are self-contained, subordinate to the primary residence on that property. So why should we allow these ADUs? The Planning Board was compelled by the Marblehead Housing Production Plan, who raised the issues that many people are looking for options. One of them, a significant factor, is the aging demographic of Marblehead. And in fact, it turns out that people over 55, the number of them has increased by over 20% in the last decade. So the demographics are certainly changing here. Also, people are looking for options, whether that's to have elderly parents live back with you, whether it's to have adult children to have options in your homes, caregivers, etc. And it also is considered, it can help produce what's called naturally occurring affordable housing, which is a terrific option for many people who may have lower incomes, and we want to increase the diversity of people who can be in this town. Our process was very inclusionary, it was very participatory. We had a number of hearings and sessions to listen to concerns and ideas of townspeople before we were able to craft this proposal. And it culminated on a board vote on April 11th at a public hearing, which was a unanimous vote among the planning board to support this, this amendment. So how many could we expect? And the idea is we're seeing that in the 37 communities that allow ADUs in the Boston region, there's an average of 2.5 permitted per year. Closer to home, we looked at 3 towns, one being Swampscott, has, I believe it's 3 in the last 3 years. Peabody, was it Ipswich 7, and Peabody 10. So some of the highlights that pick out of the report, just to remind you of. So 1 ADU is allowed per property. An owner must occupy either the primary residence or the ADU. 1 parking space is required for that ADU. ADUs cannot be separated from the primary home, and they cannot be sold separately. There are no short-term rentals allowed, and by this, we've defined short-term rentals as anything under 90 days. They're limited to 1,000 feet in size, so it's basically the maximum of either half the size of the original, the primary residence, up to 1,000 feet maximum. And they're permitted through a special permit process with the planning board. So I'm very excited that the board worked hard to come up with options for a fast-changing time, and many of the needs of this town, I think, will be recognized through it. So I hope you will support us in this. So thank you. And one further thing that I want to just mention, we have done very well by having Becky Curran as a town planner. And I want to recognize my time on the board has been made very much pleasurable and productive because of Becky's incredible work. I think it's something like 35 years of service to the town. So she'll be... I think we only have Becky until February of '24, so we're really very fortunate to have Becky Curran as town planner. So again, thank you, Becky.
Thank you, Bob. We have a question over here, please.
Brenda Kelly, 86 Clifton Avenue. Thanks for the chance to speak tonight. I have one question. It's on language. I don't see anything here that talks about a home that might be owned by a realty trust or a family trust. Some homes are not owned by an actual individual. So in a case that a home that isn't actually owned by a person, but rather a trust or some other legal instrument, how does that affect the owner on the property function of this article?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Becky Curran Cutting, town planner. So it doesn't matter, as long as it's a single-family home, it doesn't matter if it's owned by a trust or an individual.
Over here, please.
Mary Ellen Walsh, Rogowski, 5 Spray Avenue. Just a point of clarification. So the properties on which the accessory dwelling units are approved, those building plans are still otherwise subject to zoning, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Over here, please.
Linda Leroy, 6 Maple Circle. It looks like a great plan. I just have one quick question. It does not include multiple families, so I don't know a lot about the properties in town, but what about owner-occupied 2 families? If they need to have a family member move in, I guess my question is, why are they not being included in the, is there a reason they're not included in this program?
Yeah, as we looked at what other communities did and the problems that they've had and the size of the lots and density, we decided that at least we would start with single-family homes.
But a person who owns and lives in their home, if they have to bring in a family member, I guess I don't understand
Yeah,
that.
they can't create another unit within a two-family. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Jerry Wishnow, 82 Bouvier Road. It's just the whole concept section is a very useful one, but I don't quite understand the arbitrary nature of the square footage. Why 1,000 square feet as opposed to 1,100 square feet or 1,200?
So again, we researched what other towns did, and it's called naturally occurring affordable housing. So it's by virtue of the size and the quirkiness is being in a house, it would be less than, it may cost less than a regular rent. You want to answer?
I'm not sure that answers my question.
Yeah, maybe I'll take a shot at that. We debated a number of different options. Some towns, the smallest we saw were probably around 800. The largest might have been 1,200. The predominance were 900. One thing to be concerned about, obviously, is the scale of the town. This is something that could probably change over time, you know, and we started somewhere. So we came up with that because we thought the scale is significant enough to allow a small family to be in 1,000 square feet, designed properly. So we thought there shouldn't be a problem as a starting point. It's actually more than most of the towns were allowing at the time.
Couldn't somebody, I'm sorry, may I have another question? Could somebody challenge that if they were serious about building a unit that was larger than 1,000 square feet?
No, not unless the bylaw were changed to allow a larger number.
So what you just said may or may not be really relevant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Michaud.
Jay Michaud. I live at 25 Ocean Avenue. I live in a house that I married into. My wife, Susan, her parents owned the house, and we took it over. We have 8 bedrooms in our house, and we've raised 8 children. They've all grown up. The house now has 7 empty bedrooms and an attic full of memories. The last thing that I would like to do is to leave that home. I hear the children, they're not there, but I hear them. I also know something else. I, first of all, find it very weird to be the same age as old people. This is something I didn't expect, but it's happened. The other thing that I want to tell everyone here, and maybe most of you feel the same way, I don't have to die to know what heaven is because I live in Marblehead. I want to stay here. We may not have to put an ADU in our property, but it's an option, and it's a valid option, and it's a good option. And there are a lot of people like us that are looking to, they say, downsize. I don't want to downsize. I want to die at 25 Ocean Avenue, but not right away.
Thank you, Mr. Michaud. Cindy, do you have anybody in the gym?
I do not.
Okay, over here, please.
Fred Feldman, 12 Londonderry Road. So if my neighbor wants to build one of these accessory dwelling units, or as my grandparents from Lithuania would call them, a tenement, behind my house, and decide that for that extra parking space or two, they need to cover over some of their lawn. And now I have a family, not a caregiver, but just strangers, another family, living behind the house of my neighbor, or some Salem State students. What are my rights as an owner of the adjoining property to protect my property values as the density of my neighborhood increases?
So, thank you for the question. The intent of this is to offer options to people, but to protect the character of the town, some important safeguards are in place. Anything you do needs to still conform to the regulations of the zoning bylaw. So there are certain requirements that has in terms of character, density, et cetera. It has sideline setbacks, et cetera.
Sir, I've been here since 1983.
Excuse me,
When we
can you
wanted
let
to
him,
put-
can you, excuse me, if he could finish?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I thought he had. I apologize.
So there are a number of safeguards in place. We're also requiring that these are heard by the planning board. Right? That's a special permit process. And that allows neighbors, abutters, to be recognized as part of those hearings. So we have the same safeguards in place for any kind of construction. What we're trying to do is recognize that times are changing. Housing needs are extraordinary in the greater Boston area, and we're trying to do it in a way that allows options without destroying the character of the town. We're incredibly sensitive to that. And if you've seen how the planning board, we have a history of caring for that more than anything. So I don't know in particular what concerns you have beyond the way that the zoning laws are set up to protect you in the first place, the way the regulations are set up.
Mr. Moderator, may I?
Yes.
So let's say in my neighborhood, the average is a 5,000 square foot lot. How could a house of 1,000 square feet go into a 5,000 square foot lot?
You probably can't.
Oh, so this is interesting. So, Mr. Moderator, so is there a minimum size to the lot? And is that, I didn't see that in the...
It's the dimensional requirements that are already in the zoning bylaws outline what the minimum lot size, for example, 10,000 square feet in many of the districts in this town. So that's the minimum lot size. Then you have setback requirements. You have an open area requirements. So in other words, these are the things that protect the character and the density issue. So if you look at the bylaws, that's why we made sure that two things. One, they have to conform, and the second is that they have to be heard and seen because it's a new thing. So that's why the planning board has the opportunity to review them, and then neighbors have the opportunity to weigh in case there's something very odd about the proposal.
Thank you. That clears something up because I thought it was carte blanche.
No problem. And by the way, not only the lot size, but if the house is smaller than 2,000 square feet, the ADU can't be more than, say it's a 1,600 square foot house, the ADU can't be more than 800 square feet of living area. So it scales down with the size of the house as well.
But more importantly, Mr. Moderator, the size of the lot is paramount.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right here, please.
Michael Nisho, 44 Lee Street. I'd like my father to die here, not now. And I'd like him to have the opportunity to do this. And I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Hey, I'm Mark Liebman, 7 Orchard Circle.
Thank you.
First of all, I think it's a good idea, and I think that the town needs this kind of opportunity for elderly and for young adults. My main concern is going to be making sure that the town maintains its character. I've seen the work that you've done here in order to ensure that, but one of my main concerns is if these turn into short-term rentals and who the enforcement arm will be. I see that it's not permitted, but I'm curious as to who's going to do that, because I see in this proposal that I have on paper here, it would be up to the building commissioner, and we've had nothing but turnover and turmoil in the building department, which is already overwhelmed and understaffed. So I don't know if now is the right time to do this before we get that under control.
Thank you.
So the question's about enforcement.
And
Yeah.
can anybody speak to how this would be
Yeah,
taken
I
care of?
can. So we had a little handout, and one of the questions that had come up, we included in it questions that we've received, and one of them, isn't the building department overworked already? How will they take on this additional work? And firstly, this provision has been written intentionally to minimize enforcement difficulties. We have learned from other communities' experience on what enforcement issues have proven to be problematic or onerous, and accordingly, we have not proposed those things, such as restrictions on how much or who can live in the apartment or how much rent is received. Those requirements would certainly be too difficult to monitor, This provision is proposed similarly to other conditions on special permit, which is filed at the Registry of Deeds and must be proactively transferred when the property is sold. The process of a special permit requires abutters to abutters to be notified and a legal advertisement posted in the paper. The process is very public, so no ADU will appear in a neighborhood without the abutters being aware. So we think it's not any different from any other special permit condition. And also, as Bob had said, there's only the number of them expected is not great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jack, can I ask another question?
Sure.
I don't know how to phrase this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna step back and let
Okay.
someone else go now.
Thank you. This microphone in front of me here, please.
Yes, regarding short-term rentals.
Name and address.
Jonathan Letterman,
Thank you.
Ida Road. Regarding short-term rentals, can you explain if someone did build an ADU and had a short-term rental, what would be the penalty for that under this enforcement scheme? What would be the mechanism? How would someone goes, they build one, it becomes available, they start renting it out short-term. Can you walk through the process? Would there be a fine? Like, how is that established?
So they have to discontinue the use of it if there's any violation of any of the conditions, just like any special permit condition.
But what would happen to, who would enforce that?
So the building commissioner's office.
The building commissioner that just got hired?
Excuse me?
The building commissioner that just got hired would do that?
Any building commissioner that's in the position.
Thank you. This microphone over here, please.
Bill Moriarty, 19 Amherst Road. For my sins, I chair the Marblehead Zoning Board of Appeals. Some of you may know me from that. My question is a technical one for my board, really, and that is, if the zoning bylaw otherwise applies, does that, will the planning board or will the zoning board be the one to give relief from dimensional restrictions if relief from dimensional restrictions is requested?
The way it's written is that the planning board would be similar to the way we do incentive zoning. So it's a special permit at the planning board, so it wouldn't bounce back and forth.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, but I'm the only one standing, and I'm just going to move the question. So I won't do it if nobody else wants to ask any questions. We'll just move on.
We
He
have
just
one-
showed up. Tom Kenny, 4 Elm Place. I move the question.
Okay. Can we have a second on moving the question? Those in favor? Those opposed? Cindy?
Overwhelmingly in favor in the gym.
As it is here, we're going to move the question, and the question has been called to be made in a ballot vote. So I'm going to have to ask the tellers to come up, and I will explain it in detail. I need to verify. Folks, bear with us here. If we're going to get through this, you know, it's 9 o'clock, and with everybody's cooperation, we're going to do our best for tonight. I'm going to try, as I always try to do, and as this body has always tried to do, I mean, we try not to start new articles after 10 o'clock. This may stress that, but we need to do the democracy at hand. So could I have the tellers come up, please? Okay, so the underside, we, the underside, all being registered voters in the town of Marblehead and present now at the May 2nd, 2023 town meeting, hereby request that voting on an affirmative motion on Article 39 be taken by written unsigned ballots in a form approved by the moderator. That's going to be the pink form, the pink ballot. It's the one you have left. And it's going to be yes or it's going to be no, as we did before. And I need to confirm 9 people on this list, please. We know Jonathan Letterman's here. We'll do Tammy Bear again. Thank you. Susan McInnes. Thank you. Deirdre Blake. Thank you. Maeve Rice. Thank you. Michael Crestall. Thank you. Bill Blake. Thank you. How many is that? Jack Buba. Is Jack Buba still here? Okay. Michael Coluto. Byron Rizos. Is Byron here? Thank you. And one more. Francesco Urena. Thank you. Okay. It's pink. Pink ballot, yes or no. It's the only one you have left from check-in, and the tellers are out in the field. Again, folks, once I get the ballot boxes back up here on stage, we can continue. But I need to have everybody up here. Excuse me? Greg? Would you like to come down? If that's a question for me. And I want to thank everybody for your indulgence in staying, because we need 300 people as a quorum to keep this meeting going, and we have more than enough right now. So thank you very much.
I don't, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think they're going off when we have to hand down the ballots, though.
Do we have the next round, like in the gym and here? Do we have any in the gym?
If they call for it,
So after this vote, I'm going to keep going until at least 10 o'clock. I understand, but I'd like to get ballots over to the other room.
okay, let's get to this. Well, they're counting. I can send someone over.
Thank you.
Do you anticipate we will tax? He doesn't. It's going to be on before this.
I just didn't want to interrupt them while they're voting, but yeah, within the next few minutes, if that's possible. Okay, thank you so much. I'm just going to be right over there. Thank you.
Do I have all the boxes back?
I'm sorry.
Are all the
Apparently, I'm not, no, they're not.
We're still waiting for a couple more boxes, folks, and then we'll get going. There it is, right there.
I don't know if the gym one came back. Hold on. She only has 20 people in the gym. Can we have them?
Yes. Is that the last one from the gym? Is that from the gym?
They're on a mission. I'll ask her. Jack, once we get all the blocks. Once we get the box from the gym, I ask her to come back. I don't want to mix it up now until all the boxes are on here. The ballot boxes, you know
That's
what I
fine.
mean? Does that make sense?
We're just waiting for our ballot box to come back from the gym.
She said it already came back, so what's going on with the other? Okay, I see it over there. It's coming down.
Okay, we have the ballot box coming back in from the gymnasium, folks. I really want to keep this business moving as much as we can. Thank you. We're going to hold off on the vote on 39 until it's counted, and we're going to move to Article 40, Franklin Street fire renovations. It has been moved that this article be indefinitely postponed. Do I have a second? As many as favor indefinite postponement, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Gymnasium?
Overwhelmingly approved.
Article 40 is a vote, and the motion carries. Article 41 is Department of Public Works. It has been moved to amend Chapter 45 of the General Bylaws, Article 2, Section 45.5, as presented in your Finance Committee report. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser, Town Administrator.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. This article would codify what is pretty much in practice to consolidate under the Department of Public Works, which is currently the Highway Department and the Surface Drain Construction Department, And all the change this would do is to include the tree department as part of Department of Public Works, as it's pretty much functioning currently. It would currently under the direction of Amy McHugh as the director.
Thank you. As many as favor Article 41, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Cindy?
Unanimous in the gym, in favor.
Article 41 is a vote and the motion carries. Article 42, Public Shade Trees Protection. It has been moved to amend the General Bylaws, Chapter 177, Town Property, Article 4, to add a new Section 9, setback tree planting as follows, and that's as presented in your Finance Committee report. Do I have a second? Second? We have a question?
About this, yes, I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Linda Leroy, 6 Maple Circle. I'm curious about, once this tree planting takes place, because they're public trees, would they technically be owned by the town, and therefore the town would be responsible for pruning them and for any damages that might occur? Because I wonder, depending on the size of the trees, even though there's a potential 20-foot setback, if you've got a huge tree, you still could end up with roots out in the sidewalk and out in the street. And if there's damage to property or homes, do we then take that on as a liability? And I wondered if you might also give me your definition of what a shade tree is. I spoke with someone today who said a shade tree is a tree that should be planted where there's a lot of shade. This woman's a gardener. She said sun trees should go out where there's sun, and she said Marblehead is 95% sun. And the shade trees, if you're referring to a tree that gives a good canopy of shade, then the roots are going to be at least as wide as that canopy, if not wider. So I'm wondering how you determine what kind of trees are going to get planted, and if we then become responsible for them as taxpayers if there are problems.
Mr. Keiser.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me give a quick overview of what this does. So, as you know, town meeting last year and the ballot passed funding to do a lot of sidewalk and road work and such. What precipitated this is the issue of making improvements to the sidewalks is going to have an impact on a number of trees that are going to have to be removed in order to make the necessary improvements to the sidewalk. For example, for the town to meet ADA compliance on sidewalks, it's going to have to make the space. So to address the fact of the impact on the trees, the 20-foot setback from the right-of-way gives the town more options and spaces to locate public trees to be cared for by the town. Any private property owner would have to agree to it. It would be part of an agreement. It would be an easement on their property, much like drainage and other types of easements. And they would be maintained as public trees, maintained by the public. I think you had a question. Lisa, do you?
What type of trees, I think?
About,
No,
yeah,
not on the trees.
the size of the trees, the types of the trees, and the liability to the town. If you plant a
liability,
tree and it still comes out and extends over the sidewalk and into the street, we as taxpayers have to incur that liability if the town has to pay for damages, right? If you got to dig the street up or whatever.
So Lisa Mead, Town Council. The easement would address the liability related to the private property around it, but just like the town's current public shade trees, and they're defined as public shade trees because they line public streets, and so under the statute they're considered public shade trees, whether they are technically, from a gardening point of view, shade trees or not. The town would specify the species that are appropriate depending on where they are, and the homeowner would have to grant an easement, and there would be shared liability, not shared liability, but the homeowner would hold liability for the private property, and the town would have the liability like they would with any shade tree along a public way.
So your answer to my question is then that if we do still have problems with those trees, if the roots end up back out in the sidewalk in the street, we then have to...
That's correct.
So we incur that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As many as favor the passage of Article 42, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Gymnasium?
Unanimously approved.
As is here, it's not unanimous, but it's a vote, and the motion carries. Article 40, excuse me, Article 43, adopt General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 20, Second H, local veterans benefits, as printed in your Finance Committee report, and we're going to have Karen Bertolino, our assessor, explain this.
Good evening. You stole my first paragraph.
Sorry.
For those of you who don't know me, I've been with the town for over 7 years. Karen Bertolino, town assessor. Nice to meet those of you who I haven't met officially. So Article 43, Veterans Clause 22H, is a recent legislation that was passed for those Gold Star parents whose child died while in service. Marblehead has always been a very strong supporter of the veteran community, and adoption of this article would demonstrate that continued support. On behalf of the Board of Assessors, we thank you for your time and consideration of the adoption of this article.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
David Patton, 25 Lee Street. So I'm just trying to understand, this is the state law that we would be adopting for any individuals who qualified in Marblehead.
Okay, so there are several veteran exemptions, several different clauses, I believe, A through E. This is a new one that was recently enacted, so it's in addition to the existing clauses that we already have here in Marblehead. And in answer to your question, you have to qualify. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
Well, I think you've said now it's a state that it's a state benefit that we're trying to decide whether we're going to adopt that here in Marblehead.
Yes, that is correct. So it is available to every single town and municipality in Massachusetts. Every town or municipality has to vote to adopt. When they enact legislation and put another clause in, it is up to the city and town to vote whether they want to adopt that clause. If you approve it, then we'll adopt it, and it goes through the same approval process. You have to apply every year. There's domicile requirements. They fill out an application, the board reviews, and it's approved or denied. So that is true for any of the veteran clauses.
Okay, and so that is in addition to all the other benefits that a service person receives if they die as related to their service. In other words, in addition to the $100,000 they get as a death benefit just for being in the service, in addition to all the spousal benefits and pension benefits and disability benefits.
Yes, it's in addition to whatever else they get,
It's in
sir.
addition to all those things. So I believe I also read that there's one individual in this town that currently qualifies?
Yes,
According
that
to
would
this?
be eligible if this particular act is adopted.
Okay.
But I do want to be clear, this is for real estate exemption. So the other benefits they get through the state, they're paid through the state, they're not paid through Marblehead, is my understanding.
Right, so I understand that. So this is a real estate exemption that goes to the family or any real property that the family, the parents or he or she or the service person owned when they died, and this exemption is in perpetuity
That is correct.
every year.
No, well,
and
let me clarify. So every year, every veteran needs to apply for the exemption. It's not automatic, it's not rolled year to year.
But it would be the parents who are essentially applying
That
for
is
their
correct.
deceased family member's benefit.
That is correct, and they have to apply every year, and they have to qualify.
Right, so if there are two parents hypothetically in a house, and they happen to separate, and they each buy a different house in Marblehead, now we have two people who can take advantage of that benefit. Or if that family chooses to buy 10 houses in Marblehead and then apply for an exemption for the property tax on all 10 of those
So-
properties, they could get all of that in perpetuity. Is that correct?
No, that is not how it works. And I'm going to use, we currently have a clause 22D, which is very similar to this, and that is for surviving
This
spouse
has to finish first.
of the veteran that was killed in active duty. So there is quite a number of qualifications that enables them only to have their domicile eligible for this exemption with other criteria.
So it has to be their primary residence,
Has
not...
to be their domicile, and you only have one domicile. That's where you vote, you register, you're central of family and friends. You only have one domicile. You can own many homes, but you only have one domicile. And you have to pick where you are going to be domiciled. So we have a lot of snowbirds. You have to choose. Is it Florida or is it Massachusetts? And if they choose Florida as the domicile, they're not eligible for any real estate exemption because you have to be domiciled in your home in
Okay.
order to qualify.
Okay, forgive me, because it just said here the valuation of the real property, and real property could be anything and any number of things. And
Sir, has your question been answered?
I believe so, it's just
Thank
not
you.
specified in the article.
Thank you. Thank you. Over here to Mr. Full, please.
Jimmy Full, Cheever Avenue, also a veteran of the United States military. I fully support this article. I fully support this article 100% because this is a tax abatement that is refunded to the town by the state, just like the other veterans' benefits that veterans earned and deserved. If I was a Gold Star parent and lost my child in combat, I would love to at least be offered, you know what, we're going to give you an abatement on your taxes because you lost your child defending your country.
Thank you for your service.
Okay. I don't know if much more can be said other than that, but let's take the last two speakers, if we can, quickly.
Sarah Fox, 46 Beach Street. I think it goes without saying that no one hopes to take advantage of this, and I don't have any wish to debate it further, so I'd like to move the article.
Thank you. Thank you. As many as favor Article 43, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Cindy?
Unanimous in the gym, in favor.
As it is here, and it's a vote, and the motion carries. She moved the question. Oh. Thank you. Okay. So the question was moved even though we didn't have any speakers up. So those in favor of moving the question? Those opposed? Cindy?
Unanimously in favor.
As it is here. As many as favor Article 44, please raise your hands. 43, sorry. I moved to the next one. Gosh. Raise your hands. Those opposed, it's a vote and the motion carries. Thank you. Article 44. Change select board terms to 3 years. It's as printed in your finance committee reports. And do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Zissin.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me, I hope? Okay. Jim Zissin, 2 Mound Road, also known as the Great Pumpkin Grower of Naugus Head. So, the Marblehead Select Board has a very unique service format, a 1-year term. No other select board we know of has a 1-year term. Most towns have a 3-year term for a reason. It improves governance and builds commitment. Marblehead Town Meeting Article 44 proposes moving to a 3-year term to do just that while maintaining cherished traditions. Many tend to think of the Select Board as a legislative body, but it is an executive body, as the board functions collectively as a mayor. When we think of any executive position, be it mayor, governor, president, they are always multi-year terms. Why? So that long-term strategies, initiatives, plans, and subcommittee leadership can be developed carefully and thoughtfully over an extended period of time. We want our select board to focus on running the town and not running for re-election. Presently, in any given 12-month period, a select board candidate will have run 2 campaigns, twice in 12 months, 3 times in 24 months, planting lawn signs instead of planning budgets. Some like the 1-year term so we can, quote, throw the bums out. But frankly, today's Marblehead voters are a sophisticated bunch with social media and internet capabilities that were unheard of even a few years ago. Also, with a smaller field, it allows voters a chance to focus on individual candidates so as not to let the bums in to begin with. Moving to a 3-year term would align with the school committee and other town boards. In any year, 1 or 2 seats would be up for election, hence the term staggered. This allows for an experienced base to remain as new people come on board. And if you're still not convinced, I will close with this. The school committee, assessor, town clerk, health, cemetery, library, water, electric, housing, and planning boards all serve 3-year terms. Not one of those 43 people has ever approached me in the past 2 years and said they wish they had a 1-year term so they could be less effective. I have been approached, on the other hand, I've been approached by multiple members of those boards saying it would be impossible to do their job. Thank you very much. Please vote yes on Article 44 to preserve tradition and improve democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zissin. Mr. Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Harry Christensen, 19 Overlook Road. I can tell you that I had the privilege of serving on the Board of Selectmen for 20 years. I always gathered the necessary signatures, put the signs out, removed the signs, and I can tell you that never once did it interfere with my duties as a Marblehead Selectman, including the 10 years as I was a chairman. I always thought that my role as a selectman was to account for the people who supported me and voted for me. And that's why I did the very best that I could as a selectman, and I look forward to running on my record every year for re-election. Now, it was important for the board to run annually, and I believe still is. Every once in a while, there's a major problem with one of the members of the board. And I labored through one of those times. Fortunately, it was only for a year. I shudder to think what would have happened if that person had been a member of the board for 3 years. Vote this down. It's unnecessary. Hold your selectmen accountable for their role as your selectmen. Leaders should not be afraid of their record.
Thank you. Folks, we have a lot of people in line to speak, and I'd just like to remind you that we'd like to keep everything under 2 minutes if we can. This microphone over here, please.
Thank you. Sue Harris, 2 Bradley Road. I'm a member of the Marblehead League of Women Voters, and I'm here to share with you that on April 20th of this year, the steering committee of the Marblehead League voted to support Article 44 in the interest of good government. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whipple?
Johnny Whipple, 106 Atlantic Avenue. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. What other cities and towns do doesn't matter as far as I'm concerned. We do what we want in the town of Marblehead. I'll just talk a little bit about my own experience. I was on the Board of Selectmen for 16 years. That's what it was called back then. Sorry for the antique language. And just about every year but one, I was number 5 of those selected. Came in 5th. Once I think I came in 4th. I know I came in 4th once. And the one-year term was actually a protection because there was no focusing simply on a single member. If you wanted somebody else, you would vote for that person and decide, well, maybe you'll bullet for them, or maybe you'll just choose somebody or other to leave off. It is, to some extent, an incumbent protection provision, which I would suggest is not a bad thing. If an incumbent is not doing such a bad job that you want to vote the person out, why should you put a target on their back? But the point is, we have some continuity in office here. We have people who are volunteering essentially to work for the town, and they don't have to campaign. The first year I was on the board, Jim Skinner said, incumbents don't campaign. Incumbents don't need to campaign.
Thank you, Mr. Whipple. Over here, please.
I'm Michael Crestall. I live
Hold on. Sorry. Name and address, please. Okay, folks, you guys have the opportunity to vote it up or down right now. We've got a motion. Has it been seconded? Those in favor, raise your hands. Calling the question.
Jack, I'm sorry. What are we voting on here? Did you call the question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Those in favor to call the question, raise your hands. Those opposed? Cindy?
Overwhelmingly in favor.
Let's do that again. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's 2/3. We're gonna call the question, please. You know what? I did recognize you, sir. You can feel free to speak. We're going to the vote after this speaker, folks.
I will be brief. I am totally opposed to Article 44. These people are our employees, and we, the voters and taxpayers of this town, are their employer. Their job is to spend our hard-earned tax dollars prudently and wisely while managing our town. Collectively, as electors, we hire, and when necessary, we can fire them. As it stands now, with them being elected for a one-year term, these people must hold themselves accountable to us on an annual basis if they wish to continue working for us. This provides a good opportunity for reporting evaluation, review, and oversight, culminating every year on town election day when they must stand before us asking us to vote for them. However, once they've been elected, there is little control that we can exert over their activities. A longer term between elections may lead to decisions that may or may not be in the best interest of our town. This is because 3 years is a very long time between performance evaluations, and memories are very short. Performance review and oversight may be seriously compromised. I do not know of any business or company that conducts employee evaluations every 3 years. The people on the select board must always remember to whom they are ultimately held accountable, and it is very easy for them to lose sight of this important principle unless we remind them annually at the polling booths. Please join me and vote no on Article 44 and keep the select board members' terms to 1 year with the same review, oversight, and control as are in place now.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go to the vote on Article 44. As many as favor Article 44, please raise your hands. Those opposed? I'm going to need the tellers. And this is a hand count. This isn't a ballot count. Cindy, could you please have the tellers make a count when I call on it?
Yes.
Thank you. Talk about a first town meeting, huh? And I really have to thank the League of Women Voters. They're doing admirable work tonight for the town. And our clerks. Okay, the tellers are in place. Those in favor, those in favor of Article 44, please raise your hands and keep them raised. I'm sorry, we had a little bit of confusion on this section over here, and we need to recount. Those in favor on this last section over here, please raise your hands. I want to do the opposed all at once, so bear with us, folks. Seeing how it's almost 10 minutes of 10, I'm going to try to work my I'm going to try to work my way through Article 46 tonight. But don't go anywhere, folks. Do not leave. We need 300 to keep this meeting going. Okay, folks, those opposed to Article 44, please raise your hands and keep them up. Cindy, do you have numbers in the gym?
I do. We have 22 yes, 12 no.
Thank you. Yeah. Article 44, in favor 280, opposed 265. The motion passes. Okay, Article 39, the zoning article, passed by 2/3 with yes of 500 and no of 130. Article 45, enhancements to the comprehensive annual financial review. It has been moved that Article 45 is set forth in the town warrant be approved. Do I have a second? Those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be in favor yet. Mr. Grenier.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ron Grenier, good evening, everyone, 17 Sagamore Road. Annually, an independent auditor conducts a financial audit of the town's prior fiscal year. Various financial statements, schedules, and supplementary letters and reports are prepared during the audit. These are compiled into a voluminous final report. Other documents also generated during the audit are handled in a different manner. These documents are referred to as the independent auditor's management letter, a report on the finance department's internal accounting controls, and a report on compliance with federal state grants. These audit documents can provide a more complete picture of the finance department's management of the town's accounts. The independent auditor also uses these reports to communicate concerns, if any, and suggest improvements. So what change is Article 45 promoting, and what benefits will accrue to the town if this article is endorsed? First, town officials would consider discontinuing the finance department's routine practice of not including into the final audit report the management letter and reports that I mentioned. In addition, the public's access to these reports would no longer be constrained by the department's practice of imposing a separate request to obtain them. Under the state's public records law, audit information is exempted from restricting in whole or in part. By adhering to this rule, the town's citizens would benefit from having the complete contents of the audit process posted, combined, and annually put on the town website by the finance department. And the hurdle to access would be eliminated, no longer limiting or discouraging the public's access unnecessarily. It should also preclude the finance department from setting the ground rule to the public's access, since it is the operational entity under the audit's scrutiny. Second, town officials would also consider establishing an audit committee, or in the alternative, expand the scope of the finance committee to also function as an audit committee beginning in fiscal year 24. I hope we can still be friends, Pat. Increasingly, cities and towns are choosing to have a body independent of its finance department review the final audit to ensure the independent auditor's recommendations and suggestions are implemented in a timely manner. The town citizens will benefit from this increased fiduciary oversight, which would focus on mitigating risk to internal accounting procedures and financial systems that are observed and reported on by the independent auditor. Third, the select board would also take under consideration having the independent auditor make a public presentation on the audit, answer questions from the governing body, members of an audit or finance committee, and the public. This is not a radical idea or unusual, as more communities use a public forum as the opportunity to both inform and reassure the public that the town's budget and revenues were properly administered. Consider for a moment the benefit to our citizens when the town's proposed budget gets a full airing in the public domain by our fine Finance Committee. Why then shouldn't the town audit, arguably as consequential a financial document to the town as the town budget? Much like budget meetings at the Finance Committee, citizens would benefit from an open and substantive discussion about the town audit and its results. This July 1st marks the start of a new fiscal year. It also happens to be when the audit of the expiring fiscal year commences. What better time to put in place Article 45's audit enhancements? This can be accomplished while the Finance Department implements technological improvements to the town's budgeting and accounting systems that are currently underway. Enhancements in budgeting and auditing practices should proceed in tandem. By the end of the fiscal year, the Finance Department could be following more efficient accounting practices while simultaneously adhering to good government principles and best practices, both in budget development and in its execution, and in audit reporting and oversight. Now, some may think the terms transparency and oversight overused. However, government's administration of finances is fertile ground upon which trust and confidence from the public is either sustained or it erodes. I sincerely hope you will agree Article 45 merits a strong endorsement here tonight because it will not only enhance the annual audit process, but strengthen the public's trust and confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Now we can get to the vote. As many as favor Article 45, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Cindy?
Overwhelmingly in favor in the gym.
Article 45 is a vote, and the motion carries. Article 46 has been moved that this article be indefinitely postponed. Do I have a second? Those in favor? Those opposed? Cindy?
Overwhelmingly in favor in the gym.
It's a vote, and the motion carries. As promised, I'm not going to start another article after 10 o'clock. Folks, this isn't about one article. I have a report of a moderators committee coming up, and we have 7 more articles to get through. So we've got another night worth of business that our town needs to come back for. So I would request a motion to adjourn until tomorrow at 7 p.m. Seconded? All in favor? Opposed? All right. This is democracy. Your call. Woo! All right. Wow. $100, guys. Okay, let's keep this business going then. Article 47, amend general bylaws, use of gas-powered leaf blowers. It has been moved that Article 47 as set forth in the warrant and in your Finance Committee report be approved. Can I have a second? Mr. Norman.
Hello, my name is Todd Norman, owner of Todd Norman Landscaping, 16 Warren Road, Marblehead. I am here tonight to ask you to repeal the leaf blower ban that was passed at the second night of town meeting last year. This debate has been going on for a decade. It was voted down every year until last year. Some years the argument was about health, some years about pollution. One year the ban was to stop the spread of COVID. It looks like we're back again this year. I'm sure everyone has heard both sides of the argument for quite a while. but I would like you to please listen to them one more time. Anyone who has worked with a leaf blower can tell you what a valuable tool it can be. Even at last year's town meeting, the presenter of the ban acknowledged that the blowers were a valuable tool in the spring and fall, but wanted the summer to be less noisy. Last night we approved a lot of water and sewer work, so I'm not really sure how quiet the summer will be. Blowers save a lot of time and money to the customers compared to raking and sweeping the pavement. The blowers allow us to make the walks and pathways clean and gives the job a finished look. I've heard some people say that it does not need to look perfect. Well, I think you would disagree if you were the one paying for the service. The time it takes to sweep up by hand and pick up would cost the customer more. You may say it does not take that long to sweep, but you're not cutting over 20 lawns a day, and that sure takes up a lot of time. It's all about getting the lawns done quickly, and the blower makes the job easier. The real problem with the blower is the noise. I admit they can be loud, but as I state every year, everything's loud. Lawn mowers, weed whackers, power washers, skill saws, chainsaws, etc. are all loud. The battery and electric blowers are loud with a high piercing sound. If we ban the blowers, what is next? I was reading the article in the Marblehead Current where they compared the noise from a blower to a plane taking off or a construction worker jackhammering cement. Sure, they can be loud, but come on, a plane taking off or jackhammering, that's simply not true. The battery-powered and electric blowers have gotten better, and I'm sure when the technology gets better for the commercial landscapers, that is what we will purchase in the future. But right now, the technology is not there. You're asking us to invest in a product that is inferior and expensive. A gas-powered commercial blower is around $750, while a battery-powered backpack blower that runs on 2 batteries is $1,300 and runs for an hour and a half. We would need to buy backup batteries at $200 a piece and somehow set up a charging station on the trailer with a generator or install an inverter in the truck to charge the batteries. However, you're just running the truck to charge the batteries. This infrastructure is not here yet for a battery workforce. Last night, Article 9 was passed, had a line item for an electric lawnmower for $31,180. I'll be interested to see how long it runs and if you need a charging station and how long it will need to be charged. Another complaint about the gas leaf blowers is they cause too much pollution. Like other small engines, modern leaf blowers now meet strict exhaust emission requirements from the EPA. They are simply not producing pollution the way they used to. Compare that to how a lithium battery is produced. While you may think that the battery and electric blowers are safe for the environment, the complete opposite is true. An article from Nature and Environment states securing just 1 ton of lithium produces 2,000 tons of toxic waste and has devastated large regions of China, Africa, and Central America, said Gunther Hilbert, head of the Asian Research Division of the German think tank SWP. He says companies there have adopted a process of spraying acid over the mining areas in order to separate the rare earths from the other ores, and that the mined areas are often abandoned after excavation. They are no longer viable for agricultural use, Hilbert said. In another article by the Institute of Energy Research, the lithium extraction process uses a lot of water, approximately 500,000 gallons per metric ton of lithium. To extract lithium, miners drill a hole in salt flats and pump salty, mineral-rich brine to the surface. After several months, the water evaporates, leaving a mixture of manganese, potassium, borax, and lithium salts, which is then filtered and placed into another evaporation pool. After about 12 to 18 months of this process, the mixture is filtered sufficiently that lithium carbonate can be extracted. South America's lithium triangle, which covers part of Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, holds more than half the world's supply of the metal beneath its salt flat. But it's also one of the driest places on Earth. In the mining regions of Chile, mining activities consume 65% of the region's water, which is having a large impact on local farmers to the point that some communities have to get water elsewhere. As in Tibet, there is the potential for toxic chemicals to leak from the evaporation pools into the water supply, including hydraulic acid, which is used in the processing of lithium, and waste products that are filtered out of the brine. In Australia and North America, lithium is mined from rocks using chemicals to extract it from a useful form. In Nevada, research has found impacts on fish as far as 150 miles downstream from a lithium processing operation. Lithium extracts harms the soils and cause air contamination. In Argentina's Salar de Hombre Muerto, residents believe that lithium operations contaminated streams used by humans and livestock and for crop irrigation. In Chile, the landscape is marred by mountains of discarded salt and canals filled with contaminated water with an unnatural blue hue. According to Guillermo Gonzalez, a lithium battery expert from the University of Chile, this isn't a green solution, it's not a solution at all. Marblehead's goal of achieving a net zero emission by 2040 is completely impossible because it does not consider the pollution produced somewhere else to make these batteries. These batteries also cannot be recycled. How is this ban going to be enforced? The police department was asked to make cuts to their budget. Are we really going to ask them to make calls for blowers? The police department's job is already hard enough. Imagine neighbors calling on neighbors or someone driving by calling the police about blowers. Is this really what we want for our town, neighbors calling on neighbors? Asking people who have purchased leaf blowers for their own property to not use them at the risk of getting fined seems crazy to me. Where will this fine money go, and what will happen if the homeowner decides not to pay? Is this a way to cut the budget shortfall? Like I said before, something bothers everybody. I don't think the ban is the way to go. I think trying to find reasonable solutions would help. I heard the Park and Rec having complaints about the noise from pickleball at the vets, and they're trying to find ways to reduce the noise that will make everyone happy. I think if we could form a group and get together to discuss the issues, we could come up with some rules that make sense. I think some of the homeowners and companies could do a better job with the blowers. Nobody should be blowing debris in the street or into somebody else's property. To clean up the sidewalks and driveways, the blowers do not need to be turned up all the way. I have one neighborhood where all the companies go on the same day, so they only have to listen to the blowers that day. I personally do not start a blower until 8 a.m. during the week and 9 a.m. on Saturday. There are things other than banning that we could do. I read a letter to the editor in the Marblehead Current about how I was attempting to reverse the will of the people. To me, the will of the people spoke for a decade. Many of the Marblehead landscape companies have donated a lot of time and money to give back to the town we love. We're just hard-working companies trying to make a living and doing the best we can. In closing, please support me for voting yes on Article 47 and rescind the blame.
Folks, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to put up with the cat calls. The presenters were given 10 minutes to make their presentations. Mr. Norman stayed within his 10 minutes. I'm going to have a clock because we have long lines for people to make comments. But I want this meeting to stay in order. I mean, we can do better than what just happened, and that's what I expect of the meeting. Mrs. McCarthy, you get special dispensation to speak at that microphone right there. But please keep it on topic.
I'm on. I just want to make one point from my own self. I'm celebrating 50 years of defending the public ways on the neck. And you
Rose,
are now
we got to keep it on topic, and you have 2 minutes.
So I'm the carrier of good news, and you are the stewards. This is yours. Don't let them go away. Go and sit over. So now, I want to thank Todd, Norman, Mark Vader, Dean Kusner, who has WHIP, which is a Marblehead word, Brett Monroe, Robert Carr, Mike Nash, Chris Archibald, whose dad gave his life in Vietnam. These are the young men who've been going for 10 years, and I've been right with them because they're trying to make a living. And if you see that you want to have a police state to enforce and to charge citizens for fines, creating fear and bullying. Stand up, good citizens of the town, for the working men and women. And if you're worrying about pollution, look at the young people driven to the high school. One driver, one child. One driver, one child. All the way up Humphrey Street, all the way up Lafayette Street. Then you go to the veterans school, one driver, one child, one driver, one child. Then you go to Village Street, one driver, one child. And you see the pollution that comes out of the cars, and we're worried. But these young men are making a living, and we want to stay with them. And to have this selfish group come out of and try to make laws to charge and fine a lot of senior citizens who want to stay in their own home. They don't want to go to assisted living or senior citizen. And they just want to stay there. And these young gardeners that work in the town for them, they watch over them. They would know there's something
Okay,
not right.
Rose, thank you.
Please vote for 47 for our wonderful gardeners.
Thank you. And thank you for keeping it at 2 minutes, Rose. We're going to go to the gymnasium. Cindy?
Yes, I have a speaker.
Stephen Levy, 26 Sagamore Road, Marblehead. We're headed toward a climate disaster. It's pretty obvious. It's in the news. We need to do whatever we can to make the right move so our children aren't straddled with a disaster that's unsolvable. I just hope that people in this town understand that and do the right thing and not do what we've been doing, which is making the disaster worse. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to go right here, please.
Hi, Kathy Breslin, Brackett Place. I'm an ear, nose, and throat physician who has treated hundreds, if not thousands, of people for noise-induced hearing loss, many of them landscapers who don't use ear protection. But I'm not only talking about that, but the fact that this bylaw that was passed last year only applies to 3 months during the summer. This is not a period where there are piles and piles of leaves that need to be blown. There's very little reason to use a gas-powered leaf blower in the summer. The noise that it makes when we want to have our windows open and enjoy being outside is horrendous. They go around every house in certain neighborhoods, especially on the Neck and in Old Town, making a huge amount of noise. The noise travels through buildings, then it can go multiple houses away. The police chief has agreed to enforce this bylaw, despite what Mr. Norman said about the police not agreeing to enforce it. It is a bylaw. We voted it in last year. Please vote against 47.
Thank you. Over here, please.
My name is Felix Twannehoven of 19 Dokes Lane. I am the owner of a small factory, and frankly, I'd like to tell Mr. Norman and the other landscapers that I'm surprised that they're filing Article 47. You claim it's the town who put this ban in place. It's not. It's your clients. And those clients are sitting right here. And it's those clients who decided last year that they'd rather not have the use of leaf blowers in the summer, that it was okay to use in the spring and the fall to blow leaves, but not in the summer to blow cement dust and pollen. By introducing Article 47, you're here tonight telling them, your own clients, that they're wrong. If I did that to my clients, I'd be looking for a job in about 4 weeks. You're telling your clients that they are going to get punished with fines. You're telling your clients that if there's a pensioner living next door, that they will not be able to afford your dramatic increase in landscape costs. That the noise laws of the state of Massachusetts will offer enough protection. That we can buy electric cars and buses and chainsaws, but you cannot buy electric leaf blowers. Again, if I told my clients they were wrong, I'd be out of work. My advice to you, don't upset any more clients in this town. wait a couple of years so we can all learn what the actual impact of this bylaw is. And I'm going to predict that no landscapers are going to go bankrupt because of this bylaw, and that a lot more clients will be happy in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to this microphone here, please.
I'm Beatrice Jeannie Stahl, 10 Hooper Street. I'm the lead sponsor of Article 48. The state of California has banned the sale of new gas-powered blowers beginning in 2024 after finding that they represent a surprisingly large source of carbon emissions. 1 hour of gas-powered leaf blower use is equivalent to driving a car for 1,100 miles. 2 days ago, USA Today had an article with the headline, "Gas leaf blowers and lawnmowers are shockingly bad for the planet. Bans are beginning to spread." Given Marblehead's goal of reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2040, these are important considerations. In 2017, the Massachusetts Medical Society passed a resolution against the use of gas blowers. Other medical associations which have published papers in favor of restricting or banning gas-powered leaf blowers include the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Public Health Association, and the American Lung Association. Currently, more than 200 cities and towns across the U.S., including 7 in Massachusetts, have either restricted or banned gas-powered leaf blowers. The number is growing as residents and policymakers become increasingly aware of the dangerous decibel levels that gas-powered leaf blowers can generate, their environmental impact, and their profound effect on the health of humans, pets, and wildlife. The Marblehead Current, in an editorial opinion, Sustainable Marblehead, and the League of Women Voters all support the existing bylaw in Article 48. Please do the right thing and vote against Article 47. The bylaw is a fair compromise with very lenient restrictions compared to other communities. Electric blowers can still be used in the summer and gas and electric the rest of the year. Give the bylaw that was voted in last year a chance to be implemented. Give residents a better and healthier quality of life. Let us enjoy the summer with our windows open.
Thank you. Okay, name and address, please. Thank you. Do we have a second to call the question? Those in favor of calling the question? Those opposed? Cindy?
Overwhelmingly in favor in the gym.
Thank you. So we're going to the question. As many as favor Article 47, please raise your hands. Those opposed? As many as favor Article 47, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Cindy?
We're going to have to count.
Thank you. So the gymnasium has asked for a clarification, and it's been moved that Article 47 as set forth in the warrant be approved, to see if the town will vote to amend the general bylaws by removing the newly created bylaw which regulates the use of gas-powered leaf blowers as passed in 2002 annual town meeting Article 31. If you are voting yes, you're voting in the affirmative, and no, opposed. What was that question?
Jack,
Yes.
when you're ready. We have 10
Working.
yes.
My question is...
Hold on.
My question is...
So, hold on, Buck. Cindy? Cindy, do you have a count?
Yes, I do. I have 13 yeses, 14 nos.
which is the sense of the auditorium. Article 44 doesn't, Article 47 does not pass. I'm going to ask again for a motion to adjourn to tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Do we have a second? Those in favor? Those opposed? You guys.
We're overwhelmingly in favor in the gym.
Okay. Those in favor of adjournment to tomorrow night, raise your hands. Those opposed? We're still going, guys. Whew. Okay, Article 48 is to amend an existing bylaw. It has been moved to see if the town will vote to amend Chapter 75 of the general bylaws, gas-powered leaf blowers, by adding Section 3 enforcement, Marblehead Police Department and the Marblehead Health Department and their respective designees being the enforcing authority. Shall have the authority to administer and enforce any violation of this bylaw. The property owner upon whose property the violation shall have occurred shall be responsible for the compliance with this bylaw. All warnings and fines shall be issued to the property owner. C, in the event that the enforcing authority witnesses a violation hereof, the enforcing authority shall require the person in violation to immediately cease using the gas-powered leaf blower. And D, the following penalties shall apply. For the first violation, a written warning shall be issued. For the second violation, a fine of $100 shall be issued. For the third and any violation thereafter, a fine of $200 shall be issued. Each violation shall consist of a separate violation. Can I have a second? We have Jeannie Stahl, please.
Hi, Beatrice Jeannie Stahl, 10 Hooper Street. Article 48, sponsored by myself and others, adds enforcement and fines to the existing bylaw, which was passed at the 2022 town meeting. The bylaw will be in effect this year from Memorial Day to Labor Day. However, the bylaw lacked enforcement and fines, which needs to be included in order for the town to respond to violations. To come up with guidelines for enforcement, sponsors of the article researched communities across the U.S. and Massachusetts that have gas-powered leaf blower restrictions or bans and reviewed their policies and enforcement and fines. The fines proposed for Marblehead are in line with other communities and in most cases far more lenient. Under Article 48, the property owner, not the landscaper, would be responsible for compliance since they hire and direct the landscaper. So it is important for residents to communicate the bylaw to their landscaper. And don't forget, you can ask your landscaper not to use any blowers on your property, as I and others have done. There are many landscapers who will accommodate that, especially in the summer. The proposed fines, as explained, for violating the bylaw are a written warning for the first offense, $100 for a second, and $200 for each infraction thereafter. Other towns in Massachusetts and elsewhere have limitations on decibel level of the blowers. Some limit the number of blowers per square foot. For example, one blower for 5,000 or 10,000 square feet. Others forbid blowing on an adjacent property. One community has a maximum fine of $2,000. Another has a fine that can revoke the landscaper's license to work in that community for 1 year. Some communities fine the landscaper, some the property owner, and some fine both of them. The fines proposed for Marblehead are not onerous and are necessary for the bylaws to have any impact. Enforcement, as explained, would be carried out by the Marblehead Police Department or the Health Department and their respective designees. Both departments indicated they are on board to carry out enforcement. Both also indicated if there are multiple issues that are called to their attention at once, they would prioritize their response. Obviously, an accident or crime will take precedence over a leaf blower infraction. Complaints would be made to either department. The enforcing authority would have to witness the violation in order to issue a written warning or fine, and upon witnessing the violation, they would require the person to cease using the gas-powered blower. The bylaw is lenient and a fair compromise for the landscapers. It does not ban them outright. Remember, this bylaw was not passed to punish landscapers who can still use an electric blower or even a rake or broom. I know some of you will boo at that. It was passed to give residents a small summertime break from the dangerous noise and pollution at a time when our windows are open and we spend more time outdoors. Please vote yes on Article 48. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carr?
Rob Carr, 52 Stony Brook. Contrary to what we heard before, I think most of my customers aren't here tonight. This passed, again, under 600 people out of 10,000 registered voters here in Marblehead. Obviously contentious, very contentious. I don't think this is going to make it any different. Sorry to say. Bans are a slippery slope. We have federal laws, we have state laws, we have town laws, we have ordinances already in place, we have agencies, the EAP, we have ordinances here in Marblehead. Bans are a slippery slope. What's next? Your motorboat engine?
Thank you. Over here.
Yitzhak Chut, 30 Bayview Road. This is a farce, absolutely ridiculous. The founding fathers of this town are just rolling in their graves. I think that those of us that have snowblowers with full gas engines should probably wait until the summer just to turn them on and burn them down as a protest against this. So, well done, whoever came up with this bowl of tripe.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Hi, Kathy Breslin, 55 Brackett Place. Again, this is a summertime ban when there's not a lot of debris on the ground that needs to be blown around at extremely high levels of noise.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Sabrina Valandri, 51 Prospect. My statement and comments and concerns have to do a little more with the previous, which I'm glad that we did move forward with the summer ban. But as far as enforcement, I graduated in 1991 from this very school, and when I left there was no internet, so things have obviously changed a lot. When I moved back in November 2020, and when I finally kind of stepped outside that spring, the very first thing that I noticed on Prospect, which is right up the hill, was the persistent and pervasive drone of the leaf blowers. They go all day, 8 to, I guess, 5 p.m. Sometimes I hear them till 7 p.m. And I guess I probably only have 2 minutes, and I could say a lot, but I have witnessed in my neighborhood where some of the homes do not have lawns. My property is 3,000 square feet total. I can touch my neighbor's house by leaning outside my window. We did not have these when I left. They've completely degraded and ruined what was once beautiful Marblehead. But one thing that I'm witnessing, and not to conflate or confuse things, but I have witnessed gas leaf blowers running unattended in the middle of a driveway, and only when I walked up to see what was going on because my work was interrupted, did the landscape operator come over and pick it up. So I guess that's kind of my comment. We absolutely need the enforcement. And on top of it, leaf blowers are actually bad for your lawn, on top of everything. So it's really been sad to see Marblehead, to come back to this.
Thank you. Could you come to the microphone, please? Sorry. Name and address.
Feldman, 12 Londonderry Road. I think everybody knows how they feel. Please call to question.
Okay, that's priority motion. Do I have a second? Those in favor of calling the question? Those opposed? Thank you. We're going to go to the question. Cindy?
Overwhelmingly in favor here.
Thank you. As many as favor Article 48, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Oh, gosh. All those in favor of Article 48, please raise your hands. Those opposed? We're counting, guys. Tellers. Okay, here we go again. We're going to be raising our hands once the tellers are ready to go. They do a great job of looking you in the eye when they count your vote. You probably know them by name by now. Get Jean lined up over here. Okay, the tellers are in place. As many as favor Article 48, please raise your hands and keep them up. Okay. All right. Those opposed, please raise your hands and keep them up. Robin? Okay, folks. Article 48 passes with a vote of 246 to 165. Oh, so we had a quorum based upon those votes, but I guess we will, I'll request another motion to adjourn till tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Seconded. All those in favor of adjournment? Those opposed? It's a vote.